Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM. Stay close together to avoid any grave danger. Try not to scream and maybe the ghouls won't find you. For if they do, you might just end up as a permanent guest. We'll tear your soul apart. Just a little bit closer. We have such sights to show you. Step inside the Screamatorium. You have entered the lair where fear begins. Try to avoid angering our in-house apparitions, or this could be your last night among the living, and your first night with us.
Do you like oddities? Do you like weirdness? Do you like strangeness? Well, we have a freak show. Freaks of weird, generous humanity from around the world. You will see on display from the infamous Hammergast Asylum, where lobotomy is a speciality. Horrific instruments of surgical destruction. Remember and never forget, you cannot leave. until you have taken the ride on a grand carousel. Don't be a fool. Don't miss the spectacular big top show. Death-defying trapeze artists flying over your head. Tightrope walkers, acrobats. You have got to see it all. the lady who loves Alora, snake. Uncertain about your life, Madame Zola will read your fortune. And thrill seekers on thrill.
Leaving so soon? I wouldn't advise it. Angering the spirits isn't the best way to make it out alive. They actually prefer sacrifice. Perhaps a few drops of blood? Let's keep the mayhem coming with another hour of the SCREAMATORIUM.
die.
You're all going to die.
Get out. Get out. look out behind you, it could only be a shadow. Or it could be one of our fiendish friends coming out to say hello. You wouldn't want to offend him, would you? The horror continues now at the SCREAMATORIUM.
From the dark mind of Edgar Allan Poe come these most chilling tales of terror. Listen if you dare. But beware. Only the bravest of souls should take this journey with me. For our travels will reveal terrifying visions of agonizing death and horrible nightmares. Our first story concerns a gentleman who developed attacks of a sickness diagnosed by physicians as catalepsy. The origins and explanations of this disease are still a mystery. But victims can find themselves immobile and seemingly dead, laying for hours or even days in a type of powerful trance. Even the best medical tests may fail to detect the difference between catalepsy and real death. Yes, indeed. It is an unfortunate person whose seizure should be so severe that he be buried alive.
The first attacks came without warning, when I was alone, late at night. Without realizing what was happening, I would sink little by little into a trance state, unable to move, and unable to really think, and yet somehow aware of my immediate surroundings. I could lay this way for days, until I eventually came about to normal sensation. Other times, I would get sick and cold and dizzy and just collapse where I stood. Then for days, everything around me would be black and silent, and the world became dark and empty. And then, after an eternity, I would gradually come back to consciousness, stumble around my apartment, and attempt to clean myself up. Other than this strange trance once in a while, my general health seemed to be good, except for my memory, that is. Usually, when I would wake up in the morning, I would have trouble remembering where I was, and my general mental ability felt confused. It could take hours sometimes for my senses to return. My physical health remained good, but I had extreme psychological stress. I became obsessed thinking about corpses, worms, cemeteries. I became lost in thoughts of death, and the idea of being buried alive. I realized that because of my condition, I was in unbelievable danger. What if I was away from home and had a seizure? If no one knew me or about my condition, I could be taken for a dead man. The danger I was in haunted me day and night. It was hard to sleep because I feared I would wake up in a grave. And then finally, when I did fall asleep, it was to a world of nightmares.
Horrible images of death continued to torture him in his sleep, and his waking hours were filled with agonizing thoughts of burial, tombs, and of the crawling worms. he became paranoid and afraid even to exercise, walk, or wander from his home. From his friends, he gained sacred promises that they would never allow him to be buried until his stiff body showed signs of advanced decay. He also made many other special arrangements.
I decided to take some special precautions. Among other things, I had the family burial vault remodeled, allowing it to be opened from within. The slightest pressure on a special hydraulic lever would force the huge iron doors to fly open. I had ventilation ducts made for the circulation of air and light, and emergency containers of food and water installed within immediate reach of the coffin. The coffin itself was designed to be oversized and padded, and was outfitted with a lid that could be opened from the inside with almost no effort. A baby could escape from this box. And finally, I had a fail-proof alarm installed, a large bell with a rope hanging in the vault. The other end of the rope was to be tied to the hand of whoever was buried in the coffin. That way, even if the power in the building went out, I could still sound an alarm.
All of the work, all of the precautions, and still he suffered from the torture of his thoughts, the nightmares, and the future doom which awaited him.
One afternoon, I found myself waking from the blackness of a trance. I began to slowly realize a faint gray light in front of me. It was daylight. I couldn't feel anything in my arms or legs. Then, after a long time, I heard a ringing in my ears, and then a tingling sensation in my arms and legs. Finally, I felt like I could move an eyelid. My blood started to pump through my body, and I began to think. Slowly, I was able to remember who and where I was. I knew that I had had a seizure, and suddenly I wondered if I had been buried alive. I was so terrified, I couldn't force myself to move. I didn't want to wake up and confront reality. After a long while, I forced myself to slowly open my eyes. It was dark. Completely dark. I knew that the trance was over. I knew that I was now fully recovered and could see again, but everything around me was still completely black. I tried to scream, but my lips and my tongue felt as dry as leather, and I couldn't make a sound. My chest felt like there was a huge weight on it, and every gasp of air was an intense effort. I could hear my heartbeat, like an immense drum pounding from inside a vast cave. My attempt to move my mouth showed me that it was sewn shut, the way morticians sometimes treat corpses. I also felt like I was laying on something hard, and that the sides of my body were also closely against something solid. So far, I hadn't attempted to move my arms or legs, but now I panicked. My arms were crossed and laying on my chest. I reached up and felt a solid wooden board about 6 inches from my face. It was then I realized my worst fear. I had been buried alive. But suddenly, I had a reassuring thought. My precautions, my alarms. I tried to force the lid open. It wouldn't move. I was trapped, like an animal, even worse. I felt my wrists with a rope tied to the bell. It was gone. And then my greatest terror, the paddings which I had carefully installed in the coffin were missing. This wasn't my coffin. And I began to smell the odor of damp, rotting earth and things that had been dead for a long time. The conclusion was obvious. I wasn't in the family vault. I must have fallen into a trance while I was away from home. And strangers must have found me. But I couldn't recall a thing. Whoever found me, they must have buried me like a dog. Nailed up in some common, ordinary coffin and stuck deep in the ground forever in some deserted and nameless grave. As I began to realize what had happened, I started to scream again, and this time I succeeded. I let out a long, wild shriek of agony that reverberated up through the dark ground and somehow, miraculously, caught someone's attention. I felt movement and shaking, and I knew that they had uncovered me. My memories suddenly began coming back to me, and images started flooding my mind. Now I remembered. I had gone on a hunting expedition with a friend in the deep woods surrounding the James River. Night came, and an unbelievably fierce storm came out of nowhere. We took shelter in the cabin of a deserted ship anchored at the mouth of the river. We made the best of it and knew we were on board for the night. I slept in a bunk in the small cabin. This bunk had no sheets or blankets, with about 18 inches clearance to the boards above my head. It was a tight squeeze, but I slept well. And then the trance began, and my screams. The men who shook me were the crew of the ship and some workers hired to unload the cargo after the storm. The dark, earthy smell was the cargo, fertilizers, and chemicals. I had been wearing a silk handkerchief, and during the night it had slipped around my mouth, interfering with my breathing. And my friend had slept through everything, totally oblivious to my situation.
From the tortures he endured came a good. His soul grew sober, and he began to travel, exercise, and to live free once again.
I found myself breathing free air again. I began thinking about things other than death, and I threw out my medical books. In short, I became a new person and found a new life because of that unbelievable night. I had been cured of my problems, and my cataleptic condition was gone forever.
He thinks his troubles are over. But the demons must be put to rest. They must sleep, or they will devour him. They must be suffered to slumber, or they will return. Our next poor devil finds himself on the edge. Actually, on the cutting edge of total terror. A steel blade, swaying, creeping, and coming down, swinging closer and closer in the pit and the pendulum.
Was I left to die of starvation in this underground world of darkness? Or what fate even more fearful was waiting for me? I had no doubt the result would be my death. The only thing I didn't know was how I would die and when. What made things worse was that I was condemned and thrown into this terrible place for crimes I did not commit. I was innocent of all charges. It was totally dark. I reached out and my hands felt a stone wall, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, inching my way very carefully. I noticed that my normal clothes were gone, and I now wore a thick cloth robe.
He continued roaming about the dark dungeon, trying to figure out the size and shape, and perhaps, although unlikely, a way out. After a time, he fell to the ground from lack of food and rest. He then slept.
I awoke and found myself still trapped in this living nightmare. I stretched out my arm and discovered next to me a loaf of bread and a pitcher filled with water. I was too tired to think, but ate and drank. Shortly afterward, I started my tour around the prison cell again. I had walked some 10 or 12 steps very carefully when part of my robe got twisted on my legs. I stepped on it and fell hard on my face.
He came out of his daze after a moment and discovered something unusual. Although his body still rested on the hard, slimy dungeon floor, his head was touching nothing.
The terrible smell of the fungus and decay hit me hard. I felt around the floor and discovered I was at the edge of a round pit. Feeling around the stones just below the edge, I succeeded in breaking off a small piece and let it fall into the hollow space. For many seconds I listened as it fell and hit the sides of the deep hole. Finally there was a splash into water, then loud echoes. At the same time there came a sound of a quick opening and a fast closing of a door overhead, where a faint beam of light flashed suddenly through the dark, then quickly disappeared. I saw clearly the doom which had been made for me, and congratulated myself on how lucky I had been to escape the trap. One more step, had I not tripped on my robe, and I would have been dead. Shaking all over, I felt my way back to the wall, deciding to stay there to die rather than in the terrible pit. Fear kept me awake for many long hours, but finally I again slept. I woke up and found by my side, just like before, a loaf of bread and a pitcher of water. An incredible thirst overcame me, and I drank the entire pitcher in one gulp. The water must have been drugged because I immediately got drowsy. A deep sleep fell over me, a sleep more like death. How long it lasted, I don't know. But when I opened my eyes, there was more light in this horrible place, and I could now see the objects around me. I had been wrong in my guess of the size of the dungeon. Very wrong. I had been wrong also about the shape of the room. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had thought was stone seemed now to be iron or some other metal in huge plates.
Devices of torture were all about the room. Evil figures, statues of hideous ghouls, and skeletons were decorating the walls.
I now noticed the floor, too, which was stone. In the center was the round pit, the one I barely escaped from. All this I saw with great effort, for now I was on my back, laying on some frame made of wood. I was strongly tied to the plank by a long strap of cloth. It covered my whole body, holding me down, except for my head and enough of my left arm to reach a small amount of food left beside me in a dish. I saw, to my horror, that the pitcher of water had been removed. I say to my horror because I had a terrible thirst. This thirstiness seemed to be caused by the spiced meat left for me in the dish. Looking upward, I saw the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead and made totally of metal like the walls. In one of the high panels, a single figure got my entire attention. It was the painted image of a man holding a large pendulum, much like the ones used in antique clocks. While I stared directly upward at it, I thought I saw it move. In a moment afterward, I saw it was true. Its sweep was brief, and of course slow. I watched the pendulum for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. I began to hear a slight noise. I looked to the floor and saw several enormous rats crawling around. They had come from the well, which was just to my right. Even then, while I looked, the hungry devils came up in troops, fast, smelling the scent of the meat. I squirmed and shouted at the ugly creatures. It took some time, but I managed to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, even an hour, before I again looked up. But what I then saw amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had gotten much bigger. It also was much faster. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had gotten lower. I now saw with horror that the edge of the glittering steel pendulum was as sharp as a razor. It was connected to a heavy rod of brass, and the terrible tool hissed as it swung through the air. I now knew what horrifying torture and death I was going to suffer. I saw that the blade was made to cross the body at the heart. It would cut my robe. It would return and repeat its cuts again and again. Because it dropped so slowly, it would take many minutes for the pendulum to cut the robe. Down steadily, down it crept. I took a crazy pleasure trying to figure out its speed. To the right, to the left, far and wide, I laughed and howled with the thought. Down slowly, slowly down. It came within 3 inches of my chest. I fought hard to free my left arm. It was unbound only from the elbow to the hand. Had I been able to break the holes above the elbow, I would have grabbed and attempted to stop the pendulum. I might as well have tried to stop an avalanche. Down still, dropping still, swinging down. I gasped and struggled at each swipe. My eyes followed the blade's whirling ride, and then they would squeeze shut in fear at the downward swing. Oh, how unspeakable, how unspeakable. I saw that some 10 or 12 swings would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe. And with this thought, there suddenly came over me a strange feeling of peacefulness. For the first time during many hours or perhaps days, I went into deep thought. An idea came into my mind that the bandage or cloth which held me was the only restraint keeping me captive. The first stroke of the razor-like blade would cut through the cloth, and I would be freed. But how fearful in that case, the closeness of the steel. Any slight mistake on my part when I moved to escape would mean death.
he decided to make the final check and tilted his head up to see the bandages which tied him down.
The cloth tied my body down in all directions except in the path of the destroying pendulum.
Just before losing all hope, another desperate thought came to mind.
For many hours next to where I lay, there had been hundreds of rats roaming around. They were wild, bold, hungry, their red eyes glaring at me as if they were waiting to devour me. They had eaten all the meat which was in the bowl nearby, but the juices of the red meat still remained.
He reached down for the bowl, rats biting at his hands, and came up with the meat juices upon his fingers.
I totally rubbed the cloth bandage which held me prisoner wherever I could reach it. Then, after raising my hand from the floor, I laid very still and motionless. At first, the starving animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the lack of movement. They waited for a moment. Seeing that I remained still as a statue and showed no signs of life, one or two of the boldest rats jumped on me and smelt the meat juices on the cloth. This seemed to be the signal for a general rush. They came in hundreds.
The rats swarmed all over his body, biting fingers, crawling over his mouth, and nibbling upon the meat-soaked bandages which held him prisoner.
In a few minutes, I felt that the struggle would be over. I was sure I felt the loosening of the bandages. I laid still as the rats continued chomping away at the cloth. I knew that many places must already be cut. I was close to being free. But, oh God, no! The pendulum had finally reached me and cut through the first layer of my robe.
The rats continued biting, and the man stayed still, sucking in his body as far down as possible. The blade continued its swing and cutting, now through the threads of his underclothing. Closer, closer. Swing, rip, slash, edging it ever so near to his skin.
I am near freedom. I feel the bandages getting looser. Pain from the rat bites is terrible, but I know it will mean my only chance to escape. I can now move more and more, almost free. The blade is getting closer. It's dropping closer, closer. I hear the hissing in my ears.
Our final story of Deathly Delights is a heart-stopping tale of unspeakable terror. If you ever had a terrible secret, or if you ever committed an act that your conscience told you not to, you had better sit back, close your eyes, and listen very carefully to this, the Telltale Heart.
True, I had been, and still am, extremely, terribly nervous. But why would you say that I am crazy? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all, my sense of hearing was improved. I heard all things in heaven and earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I a maniac? Listen and hear how reasonably, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how the idea first entered my brain, but once the thought was there, it haunted me day and night. There was no reason. I loved the old man. He'd never done me any harm. He had never insulted me. I had no desire for his money. I think it was his eye. Yes, that's what it was. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it looked at me, my blood turned cold, and so, very slowly, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and to get rid of the evil eye. Now this is the point. You think I am mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how smart I was. With what caution, with what planning I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the entire week before I killed him. And every night, around midnight, I turned the lock of his bedroom door and opened it very gently. And then, when I had made an opening large enough for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone from it. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how intelligently I crept in. I moved slowly. Very, very slowly, so that I wouldn't awaken the old man. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening far enough so that I could see him as he lay on his bed. Would a sick mind have been able to do all of this? And then, when my head was completely inside the room, I lit the lantern carefully, so carefully. I had raised the lamp just at midnight, but in the sneaky light I found the eye was always closed. And so it was impossible to kill him, because it was not the old man whom I hated. It was his evil eye. And every morning, I calmly went into his room and spoke normally to him, calling him by name in a kind voice and asking how he had slept. So you see, he would have been a very sharp old man to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in on him while he was asleep. On the 8th night, I was more than usually careful in opening the bedroom door. I had my head in and was about to light the lantern when my thumb slipped on the metal latch and the old man jumped up in bed crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. And in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night. Finally, I heard a slight groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain, oh no. It was the low, muffled sound that comes from one's very soul when overpowered with fear. Thoughts must have entered his scared mind, such as, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is probably a cricket, which has made a single chirp." Yes, he'd been trying to comfort himself with these explanations, but they were useless. All useless because the shadow of death was near him. And it was this unseen shadow that caused him to feel, even though he never saw or heard it, to feel the presence of my head inside the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I decided to open a very, very little crack in the lantern to light a flame in the lamp. So I opened it, you cannot imagine how quietly, until at last a simple, dim ray of light, like the thread of the spider, rose in the lantern and gleamed on the vulture eye. I silently gulped in terror because I could see the old man's deformed eyeball was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I stared at it. I saw it perfectly, all a dull blue with an ugly, gooey cover over it that chilled my very bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or body, for I had directed the lantern's ray as if by instinct exactly on that dreadful spot. I heard a low, dull, quick sound like what a watch makes when covered with cloth. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my anger just as the beating of a drum pushes a soldier into battle. But even then I kept still. I hardly breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried to keep the beam upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish beat of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every minute. The old man's terror must have been extreme. His heartbeats grew louder and louder and louder. Can you understand me? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now at that dead hour of the night, with the dreadful silence of the whole house being filled with a strange pumping, pounding sound, I got excited and began to feel uncontrollable terror. Yet somehow, for a few minutes longer, I controlled myself and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart would burst. And now a new thought grabbed me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once, only once. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled at my success, but for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled thud. This didn't bother me much. It would not be heard through the wall. Finally it stopped. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and checked the body. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand on the heart and held it there quite a while. There was no beat. He was definitely departed. Totally gone. Completely dead and out of his misery. His eye would never trouble me again. If you still think I'm a raving lunatic, you won't any longer when I describe the wise precautions I took to hide the body. The night grew on, and I worked quickly, but in silence. First of all, I took the corpse apart, piece by piece. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the room and put everything in the floor. I then replaced the boards so skillfully, so smartly that no human eye, not even his, could have seen anything wrong. When I was finished, it was 4 in the morning, still dark as midnight. As the clock marked the hour, I heard someone knocking at the street door. I went down to open it happily, for what did I now have to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves as police officers. They said that a scream had been heard by a neighbor during the night, that they were notified and sent to search the house. I smiled, for what did I have to worry about? I welcomed the officers in. The scream, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was away in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I gave permission to search. I led them to his room. I showed them the old man's belongings, safe, undisturbed. In the excitement of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and asked the police to sit and rest, while I, happy with my victory, placed my own seat on the very spot above the corpse. My head ached, and I got a ringing in my ears, but the officers still sat and chatted. The ringing became stronger. It continued and became clearer. I talked more to get rid of the feeling, but the strange sound continued and became clearer, until finally I found that the noise was not in my ears. No doubt, I now grew very pale. I talked more, and with a louder voice. Still, the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much like the noise a watch makes when covered with cloth. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers did not hear it. I talked more quickly, but the noise steadily got worse. I stood and argued loudly about anything, but the racket steadily increased. Why would they not leave? I paced the floor back and forth with heavy steps, but the strange sound continued to pierce my ears. Oh, God, what could I do? I foamed, I yelled, I swore, I swung the chair that I was sitting on, I dragged it on the floorboards, but the noise rose above everything and wouldn't stop. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they didn't hear? Almighty God! No! No! They heard! They suspected! They knew! They were making a joke of my horror! This, I thought, and this, I think. But anything was better than this pain. Anything was more tolerable than this cruel joke. I couldn't bear those fake smiles any longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, listen, louder, 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 louder! Stop! I screamed. I can't take it anymore! I admit the deed! Tear up the floors! Here it is! The beating of this rotten heart!
The Haunted Hitchhiker. A young woman returned to her hometown upon the death of her father. When she was a child, her mother had left her father and moved away after he had become an alcoholic and fallen into a severe depression. They barely had contact with him throughout her life. She received a call from her father's lawyer upon his passing, telling her that she had inherited his car. When she arrived at his dilapidated home, where he died alone, she went to the garage door, unlocked the padlock with the key her father's lawyer had provided, and opened it to find a beautiful red Dodge convertible in excellent condition. As she walked around the car, she found that the tires were original and not worn, and that there was only about 10,000 miles on the odometer. But there was an odd stain on the chrome of one of the fenders, and the young woman assumed it was just rust. The keys were in the ignition, and the car was filled with gas. She turned the key, and the engine roared to life. She pulled out of the driveway and took a drive around the town. At an intersection, near the elementary school, she pulled up to the stop sign. She saw a little girl standing at the curb, staring at her with sad and mournful eyes. The little girl was pale, dressed slightly out of fashion for children of her age, and holding a small doll. The young woman gave a pleasant smile and a wave, but the returned expression of the little girl caused her to go cold and the hairs stand on the back of her neck. Perplexed, the woman continued on. She looked back over her shoulder at the little girl, but she had disappeared. That night, the young woman was troubled with a fitful sleep. She dreamed she saw her father in front of her, with the same sad expression as the little girl she had seen earlier. She heard him cry out to her, as if in pain, "Help her!" And then she woke up. It was late, and she felt restless. Perhaps a drive would relax her. As she drove around the quiet town, she felt compelled to return to the intersection where she saw the little girl. Much to her surprise and amazement, the little girl was still there, under a streetlight, just waiting and holding her doll. The young woman pulled up to the car to the little girl. "What's wrong? Can I help you in any way?" "I'm lost. It's dark, and I can't find my way home," said the little girl. "I'll take you home if you tell me where you live," the young woman replied. The little girl climbed in the car and said her address. The young woman drove her home, where there was a solitary light shining in a second-floor window. "Can I walk you to the door?" the woman said. "No, I need to walk to the light by myself, but thank you very much for helping me." And for the first time, the little girl smiled. The next day, the young woman felt a lightness of being, as if a load had been lifted. She decided to check on the little girl and drove around to her house. There was an older woman in the yard tending the garden. "Excuse me, but how is your little girl today? Did she get in okay?" The woman looked up shocked. "What do you mean?" she said. "My little girl is dead. She was killed 20 years ago on her way home from school by a drunk driver in a red Dodge convertible, just like yours. They never found him or the car. And it's strange that you should ask about her, because last night I thought I was dreaming when I heard her come up the stairs as she used to. It's so good to be home, I thought I heard her say. And when I looked in her room in the morning, as I do every morning, her favorite doll was on the bed. That doll was buried with her when she died."
It's so good to be home. It's so good to be home. So good to be home. So good to be home. To be home. To be home. To be home. To be home.
Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM. Come right in. Mind the cobwebs and the corpses. All of our friends here have been dying to see you. Keep your eyes open and beware of the shadows. If not, you'll be sorry.
I was in my 22nd year, and had just left college. I was free to choose a career, and I chose it too quickly. Afterwards, I abandoned it with great speed, but I've never regretted the 2 years I spent in Cambridge as a student of divinity. Cambridge, for the lovers of woods and trees, has changed for the worse since those days, of course, but I remember the Cambridge I want to remember. One grey December afternoon, I went to the town of Medford. I was late in starting back for my lodgings, and as dusk was falling, I came to a narrow road I did not recognize. I was about 3 miles away from home, and I reckoned the road offered me as good a shortcut as any. The road was obviously seldom used. The wheel ruts looked old, and after 10 minutes walking, I came to the house. And so began one of the strangest, and for a time, one of the most terrifying episodes in the whole of my life.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McCabe.
Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cup stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
It was huge, the house, ugly and yet beautiful. The apple orchard that surrounded it was tangled and overgrown. Something bade me go up and try the door. It was locked, and so I continued on my way. I thought about the old house on and off during my studies, and a few days later, I returned there. I found it again without any difficulty. I approached as before, and the door was locked and barred as before. I was about to walk away when I heard someone approach. I hid myself immediately. It was a little old man. He wore a cloak. He came to the door, bowed before it, felt in a pocket, produced a key, and turned it in the lock. After a moment, he applied pressure to one of the door panels, and the door opened, and he went in. After a little while, candlelight appeared faintly through the shuttered windows, and squinting through a crack, I saw a lighted room, and grotesquely out of proportion, I saw a shadow of someone seated rigidly, as if being interviewed by someone or something. After a while, the candlelight went, and the little old man came out, locked the door, bowed in the same strange way, and hobbled away again down the road without a backward glance. I went home that night strangely disturbed. Why? I could not then think. I was disturbed, but fascinated too. However, I tried to put all thoughts of the house and the old gentleman out of my mind, for I had a lot of study to occupy me. Some days later, I took a stroll through Mount Auburn Cemetery, and it was here that I saw my little old gentleman again. He was sitting upon a seat, staring straight in front of him, with a kind of terrific dignity mixed with a strange, inexplicable sorrow. I watched him for a long time, and then I slowly approached. His clothes were shabby but neat, and his old blue cloak had known half a century's brushing. Good day to you. We're having wonderfully mild weather for this time of the year, don't you think?
This is a very comfortable place.
I'm very fond of walking in graveyards.
Walking, yes. Take your exercise now. Someday you'll have to settle down in a graveyard in a fixed position.
Very true. May I sit down?
Of course.
Thank you. Yes, very true, but there are some people who are said to take exercise even after that day. He stared at me, as if I'd said something odd or profound. And then he looked away. You don't understand? Well, some people, walk after death. I don't know why I was talking like this. I suppose being a student of divinity is bad for some of us. Makes us morbid.
You don't believe that?
How do you know I don't?
Because you are young and foolish.
I'm young, certainly, but on the whole, I don't think I'm foolish. Look, I don't believe in ghosts or anything, and most people would be on my side in that.
Most people are fools. Are you a student?
Yes, of divinity.
Of divinity?
Theology. I'm studying for the ministry.
There are certain things you ought to know, then.
Well, what things do you mean? I have a great desire for knowledge.
I like your appearance. You seem to me sober enough.
I'm perfectly sober, all right.
You seem fair-minded.
I no longer strike you as foolish, then?
I stick to what I said about people who deny the power of departed spirits to return. They are fools.
You have seen a ghost?
I have not had to pry into old books to learn what to believe. I know. With these eyes, I have beheld the departed spirit standing before me, as close as you are now.
And was it very terrible?
I am an old soldier. I am not afraid.
When was it? Where was it?
You must forgive me for not going into details. Just remember that you've met an honest old man who has seen a ghost. More I cannot tell you now. Let me mention my name. It is Captain Diamond, sir. I have seen service.
I hope I may have the pleasure of meeting you again.
The same to you, sir.
And brandishing his stick, he marched stiffly away. I asked several people if they knew the history of a Captain Diamond, but I could find no one had even heard of him. I could not put him out of my mind, though, and could not forget the house and his strange visit to it.
I am the bee.
And then I thought of Miss Deborah, the tiny, deformed sister of my landlady, with whom I'd enjoyed many an enlightening conversation. She sat all day by the window, between a bird cage and a flower pot. Sewing small linen articles was her passion.
Love me. You are the honey, honeysuckle. I am your bee. Good morning, Mr.
Morning, Miss
J.
Deborah.
No study today?
How are you?
Oh, well, thank you very well.
You know, you sit here all day sewing. You never go out, and yet you're so full of knowledge, and so you observe so much, know so much. Sometimes I feel quite ashamed. Tell me, have you heard of a Captain Diamond?
Of course. Oh, he was much talked about many years ago. I haven't seen him for a long time, but one supposes he survived all the scandal.
Scandal?
He killed his daughter.
Killed her? But how? I mean...
Oh, not with a pistol or a dagger or a dose of arsenic. With his tongue. He cursed her, and she died.
Cursed her? Oh, what on earth had she done?
She had received a visit from a young man who loved her, and whom he had forbidden into the house. The captain, that is.
The house? Oh, yes. The house out in the country, 2 or 3 miles from here, near the crossroad.
Oh, you know about the house, then?
A little. I've seen it. Will you tell me more? The captain and his daughter?
He was a very high-tempered old man. He loved her very much, but his word was law. He had picked out a husband for her. Her mother was dead. They lived alone together. The poor girl's lover was a young man with whiskers from Boston in America. And the captain came home one evening and found them together. His rage must have been terrible.
You do not understand, sir. She is my wife. Emma, it cannot be true.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
I know the thing. Get out of this house. You never come back, you hear? You never come back. Reasonable. Get out!
The young woman fainted, and Captain Diamond left the house in a rage. Several hours later, he came back and found a note saying the American had killed the captain's daughter and had carried the body away in a gig. The captain wrote a terrible letter saying he didn't believe she was dead, but that she was, in any case, dead to him. A week later, in the middle of the night, he saw her ghost, and thereafter, little by little, she began to haunt the house. The captain's anger passed into grief. He tried to sell or rent the house, but the story of the haunting was abroad and no one would take it. With the farm, the property was the old man's only means of livelihood, and because no one would buy the place and because he couldn't live in it, he took his staff, put on his old cloak, and wandered away. But occasionally he was drawn back to the house, and the ghost relented and proposed a compromise.
Leave the house to me. I have marked it for my own. Go and live elsewhere. But to enable you to live, I will be your tenant, since you can find no other. I will rent the house from you and pay you a sum of money.
And the old man consented to accept the sum the ghost named. And he goes every quarter to collect his rent.
I feel like a new man. It's a lovely day today.
I thought you had flu.
I took a Grandpa headache powder, and I'm worlds better.
When colds and flu are about, Grandpa headache powders are what you need. Grandpa headache powders work fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Grandpa makes all those dreadful flu symptoms disappear quickly. So, whenever you're in pain, get fast relief. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
Just soak in Biotex.
stains, grass stains, collar and cuff stains, ingrain dirt, soil and grime. Out they come and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak in Biotex.
No other means of living?
None. The ghost supports him. A haunted house is valuable property.
And in what coin does the ghost pay?
Silver. But all the pieces date from before the girl's death. I'm sure it was part of the bargain that he should go in person to collect his rent. And so, for him, life goes on. And he keeps this secret which you must keep too now that you share it. Well, now, it's time for my sleep, Mr. James, if you'll excuse me. Storytelling has quite worn me out.
My first sight of him had been on December the 31st, and it was likely that he would return to his haunted house on the last day of March, the end of the next quarter. When the 31st of March came, I was there, at the house, watching. He came and went as before, bowing and letting himself in just the same, and I felt an enormous pity for him. A month after this, I met him again in Mount Auburn Cemetery.
What do you want of me?
I wanted to enjoy your conversation again.
You don't find me cracked?
Cracked? My dear sir,
I'm the sanest man in the country.
I believe you.
I will tell you. I once committed unintentionally a great crime. Now I pay the penalty. I killed my own child, you know. Struck her to the ground. But they could not hang me. More is the pity. Because I struck her with words, not with my hands. And I know that her soul is immortal, sir. For we have an appointment to meet 4 times a year.
Her spirit, you mean?
Her spirit, I mean.
She has never forgiven you?
She has forgiven me as the angels forgive. That's what I can't stand, the soft, quiet way she looks at me. I'd rather she twisted a knife about in my heart. I must go my way. I must be creeping along.
I shall perhaps see you here again.
Oh, I'm a stiff-jointed old fellow, and this is rather far for me to come, but I should like to see you again someday, perhaps. What is your name?
James. Roger James. Look, please keep this little book. It's Pascal's Thoughts. My name's written on the fly sheet. It's a book I'm very fond of. Perhaps it'll tell you something about me.
I'm not much of a reader, but I shan't refuse the first present I've received since my troubles. Thank you, sir.
And he took his departure of me. An old, shuffling figure. Terribly sad. Broken. On June the 30th, I decided what I would do. That quarter I would wait at the house, but this time I would not conceal myself. He was a little early this time, and the candlelight already shone through the window shutters when I arrived. And when at last he came out, he found me waiting on the doorstep. I knew you were here. I came on purpose. I hope you'll forgive me, but you did encourage me.
You are very clever.
I've been hoping for a chance to see inside.
Do you know what it is I see?
How can I know, except by experiencing? Please, take me in.
Take you in? I wouldn't go in again before my time's up for 1,000 times the sum. I stick to my bargain, no less, no more. If you'll go in alone, you're welcome.
Will you wait for me here?
Yes. You will not stop very long.
But the house is pitch dark. When you go, you have lights.
Here. Take these.
Thank you.
You'll find 2 candlesticks with candles on the table in the hall. Light them, take one in each hand, and go ahead.
Where shall I go?
Anywhere. Everywhere. Trust the ghost to find you.
A wide staircase. Old-fashioned parlor. Empty chairs. Blank walls. A dining room where I might have written my name in the deep dust upon the furniture. Kitchen beyond. Pots and pans, eternally cold. Deep darkness. I came back to the stairs and looked up. Suddenly, with an inexpressible sensation, I became aware that this gloom was animated. It seemed to move and gather itself. Then I began to perceive a definite figure standing at the top of the stairs. 2 white hands appeared, and they were raised to what would have been the level of the head. They were pressed together, and then the face was disclosed. It was white, strange, and in every way ghostly. Then one of the hands was waved to and fro as if in attitude of dismissal. I left the house. I did not look back. Outside again, the captain looked at me but said nothing. I felt something I can never explain. It was fear, yes, but something deeper, beyond fear. I hadn't the heart to disturb the old man's next vigil. Came the 30th of September. I was sitting in my room alone when there came a knock upon the door.
I've come from the old gentleman, Captain Diamond. He's right down sick and must see you.
I'm dying. But never mind that. I'm due at the house. This is rent day.
But you can't go.
I can't go. I shall lose my money. I'm dying. I want to pay the doctor. I want to be buried like a respectable man.
It's this evening?
At sunset. Sharp. I can't go. I'll lose my money.
Would the money be paid to another person?
Look, I'm dying. Tell her that and she might trust you. Are you afraid? It's £50. She'll see your face. She'll see there's no harm in you.
You'll have your money by 9 o'clock tonight. I'll go.
I trust you.
Goodbye for the moment. I waited for a long time. At last I saw it. The figure, the same as before. I've come in place of Captain Diamond at his request. He's very ill, unable to leave his bed, and so please pay me the money. Captain Diamond would have come himself if he were able to move. At this, the figure came slowly down the stairs, and I saw the white face. Instinctively, I backed away. The figure reached the bottom of the stairs and advanced. As it drew near, I saw that the face was perfectly human. We gazed at each other. When the voice came, there was nothing ghostly at all about it.
Is my father dangerously ill?
It was no apparition, just a very beautiful woman. Quickly, I stretched forward a hand and pulled sharply at the veil. She was about 35 and had her father's features. Her face was sorrow-worn and pale.
My father, I suppose, sent you here to insult me. Here is your money.
I stooped to pick up the purse of money, and she seemed to glide away. She disappeared not up the stairs, but into one of the rooms leading from the hallway. I knew she was no ghost. I had turned to go when she screamed. Your father? But where?
Through there. No. He's in white. In his shirt. It's not he.
Your father, he's in bed, ill, badly ill.
Dying?
I hope not.
Heaven. I've just seen his ghost.
Ghost?
It's a punishment for my long, long folly. The punishment of my violence. Take me away from this place.
You've been playing all these years a game? The last time I came, you frightened me a lot, you remember?
It was a game. But it was the only way.
Had he not forgiven you?
So long as he thought me dead, yes. There have been things in my life which he could not forgive.
And where is your husband?
I have no husband. I never had a husband. It was he, my father. I saw him. I am leaving this place now. You're going to my father?
Directly.
Will you let me know tomorrow
With-
what you have found?
With pleasure. But how will I communicate with you?
Come.
And she led me outside into the night and said,
Write. Just a few words. And put them under that stone. The stone there, by the well. Good night.
Listen.
It's all right. I know my road. Everything is arranged. It's an old story.
Nancy, how is he?
He's gone. To glory.
Dead?
He's as big a ghost as any of them now.
I returned to my lodgings, meaning to write the note for the captain's daughter and leave it under the stone by the well the next morning. That night, late, preparing for bed, I noticed a red glow in the northwestern sky. A house was on fire in the country and burning fast. I thought no more about it. I went to sleep. Yes, of course. You've guessed. The house on fire? That's right. I remembered I had left one of the candles alight. If it was not that one, it was the one she had dropped when she thought she had seen her father's ghost. The house was a mass of charred beams and smoldering ashes. The well cover had been pulled off in quest of water by the neighbors. The loose stones were displaced, and the earth had been trampled into puddles. To the best of my knowledge, no one ever saw again the beautiful lady who had haunted, in the flesh, her father for so many years.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak. Just soak in Biotex. Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
If you have wondered how to get your washing really stain-free, understand this. Biotex removes the stains and dirt washing won't.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Stains, grass stains, tiresome collar and cuff stains, ingrained dirt, soil and grime. Out they all come, and you don't stir a finger.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Biotex with natural enzymes is the pre-wash powder with the most enzymes to give you extra pre-wash power. Absolutely no rubbing, no color loss, no fabric wear. Use it for cottons, silks, woolens, synthetics. Use it to make new again. Soaking in Biotex removes the stains and dirt that washing won't.
Just soak. Just soak in Biotex.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
prepared to be scared? Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM.
life.
Thank you for joining us in the SCREAMATORIUM. Congratulations if you made it out alive. But then again, there's always next time. I must crawl into my coffin now. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
They're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky, the Addams Family. Their house is a museum. When people come to see them, they really are a scream, the Addams Family.
Neat. Sweet. Petite.
So get a witch's shawl on, a broomstick you can crawl on. We're gonna pay a call on the Addams Family.
Good night. Sleep well.